Good morning, everyone. Get started here in just a sec. All right, if we can come back to the U, and if other side conversations in the gallery can simmer down. You may notice a couple of empty seats here. There's a number of people who are called in sick, unfortunately, so I hope they are well soon. And yeah, welcome back. Day 4. Oh, only 2 more days left. It's hard to believe. Today and tomorrow. And yeah, there's a lot that's going to happen. We are at the point where we're sort of finishing up principles, where today is mostly going to be working on the thing that everybody's been waiting for, eager to work on the actual recommendations themselves or the early drafts of them and analysis of them. There's going to be more information coming in today that, again, folks that you all have requested. Yeah, so that'll be this morning, and then we'll finish up sort of on guiding principles and a vote on that, and then off into a lot of small group stuff today. We'll have a time in the afternoon where there'll be sort of this analysis section. We'll actually switch groups a little bit. You'll start by, in the same sort of way as with principles, start by working on things that you yourself have defined, or people in your group that you're working with on these things, and then they'll start to be worked on by other people and start to broaden out a little bit and be owned by the rest of the group a little bit more. But don't worry, same as with principles. If you're the original author, you'll actually have your name on these now, so folks can contact you with questions. And in the final report, something only needs support from one person in order to get in there. It might only get that one bit of support, but it'll end up at the bottom, but it will be in there, and it doesn't have to be changed. I wanted to reflect on a couple of the notes. As you know, we get sort of general notes from researchers in the previous day. Thanks so much for everyone for filling out the surveys, by the way, super helpful to just get a sense of where everyone's at. Yeah, there was mostly positive, but a bit of frustration around especially the speed with which we went through principles, which totally acknowledge, and probably should have acknowledged that a little more up front. We deprioritized that part of the process on purpose in order to have a lot more time for information and a lot more time for recommendations, with, in the scope of kind of trade-offs within the process design. Because this topic is so meaty, there's so many details, there's so many paths to go down, we made that trade-off, which did make principles rushed. But I wanted to just reassure you all that the principles are really mostly for your own use. You're going to vote on them, you're going to get a sheet that has them ranked so you can see sort of where the rest of the assembly's at. But the real way where those kinds of ideas are going to make it into the final report is still yet to come. There's going to be a part, every recommendation will come with a little, why is this important below it? And that's essentially principles material. You can draw directly from the principles you've already worked on, in fact, or if there are new things that come up through your analysis, that'll be a great place to put them. They'll live right with the recommendations, right in the top of the final report. So I hope that allays some worry about, like, that went too fast, that, yeah, you'll have a lot more time to work on those things over the next 2 days in addition to the recommendations themselves. Just a little housekeeping thing. Parking is free today and tomorrow. So, yay, no worries about that. Yep, go for it, Grace.
Sorry about the temperature. I know it's been cold for people. We've been asking the building to turn the heat up. They are working on it, I assure you. So please know that. Also, these doors lock on the weekends. And so if you leave, let somebody know so that we can let you back in and be looking for you. We have a number of press, as we have throughout the process here today. So if you would prefer not to have your photos taken or published, please remember to wear your name tags with the orange dots on them. And then one more thing is that at lunchtime, we're having pasta with marinara sauce, and if you need vegan options for protein that are not then we could walk you across the campus to get a different vegan option at the campus commissary.
Cool, sweet. All right, awesome. Any other housekeeping things from you all, or anything that questions or anything? All right, cool. Let us know anytime. I think I think this maybe came up, or somebody was talking to me. Yeah, we're all of us like peer available. We are your support staff, so please reach out, or just if you want to just chat about something or something's bugging you, please, yeah, we'd love to chat. If we're not running around immediately doing something else. And yeah, a couple of other little things here. Yeah, we heard from, I heard from someone about that, things can be a little confusing in terms of the instructions for different parts of the process. Totally know, doing my best to sort of explain things here, and then once you get in small groups, your moderators should have an idea of what's happening there as well. But a couple mods said, hey, there were delegates in my group that actually did this like better than we did. So if you all can help each other, that is all the better. Please step in and sort of assist each other in if you understand what's going on, or if somebody has a question about the process or the content. Let's see. I think that's all I want to note. Oh, yeah, that's all I want to note right now. I'll come back. I'm gonna, after we do a little share with your neighbor here for a few minutes, I'll come back with a look at what a final report can look like, just so that's, everyone's sort of aware of what that will look like. Hopefully that's helpful. So with that, turn to your neighbor and just have a quick conversation about anything you've been thinking about overnight, or any new discoveries, any brainstorms, and we'll come back in just 5 minutes or so. All right, one more minute here. All right, let's head back here together. Um, Take a quick moment and see if anybody has any insights from their neighbor, any particularly juicy realizations or questions or other things. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just talking with Margaret, and we were kind of discussing how it seemed concerning that there's a general consensus with the people we've talked to that there aren't enough beds for treatment or mental health, and there's currently nothing really being done at all to address it. One guy said they had proposals, but no one was willing to fund them. So, found that slightly concerning.
Thanks. Oh, Scott.
Yes. Sue brought up a point that hasn't been risen before. It's just the how better child care might be helpful for particularly homeless mothers finding work and so forth.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Any others?
One more.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I'm still concerned that we haven't heard from a representative from the foster care system.
Yeah. Let me confirm who exactly that is that Josh was talking about yesterday during the next break. Ben.
Based on the concerns that Alex and Scott shared, it seems that there's a trend I'm noticing of a concern for barriers out of homelessness and back into more conventional society. And one of the things I think is important that Scott had just talked about initiatives to lower car ownership here is alternative transit options, particularly because one of the biggest barriers to entry into the labor market with as sprawled as our city is having a car. If you don't have a car, it is very difficult to get into the labor force, and if you can't get into the labor force, then you can't, generate an income and be independent. And so it seems that maybe from a city planning perspective, we need to start considering planning our city in a way that if you don't have a vehicle, you can still survive.
Thanks for that. We'll take one more.
I just moved back and I was gone for a few years, and I remember when I used to live here that there was like a lot of places for homeless youth to just hang out and be them in town, and it feels like a lot of those spaces have been taken back by the community and almost shown as homeless youth are unwelcome, like the Commons or other places downtown. It's hard, it doesn't seem like they're very welcome, and so it just seems like it's adding to our overall view of homeless youth and adding them to be a invisible population.
Did you ever? Oh, okay, switching around. Thanks much. All right, super. So really fast, if I can get the computer up on screen here. This is one of the reports from a previous assembly in Eugene. The assembly was actually on a housing-related issue, but they also made some recommendations to the city at the city's request in terms of just public engagement, given their experience on this unique assembly. And so just what a final report can look like. There'll be some text on the first page that will be written by us, just what the process is, very basic stuff. Noted that this and only this is not actually written by the assembly. And then right away we get into recommendations, a vote on what the recommendations are, and this is in order of sort of most support. And then below each vote, there's some rationales or sort of why this is important. Now this one is pretty tight. I expect that your final report will probably have more under each of these because you're going to be putting a lot of detail related to these recommendations. But I just wanted to show you kind of what that can look like. It ends up in a prioritized list all the way down to the bottom of things that got a lot less support down there. Well, these still people didn't disagree with them down here, I guess, but we get into some I think later where people did disagree, but at least didn't agree at such a high rate. So that's kind of how it's organized. So it forms kind of a natural minority report, if you will, in order of support. Any questions about that or thoughts? It's not set in stone as well, so if you have feedback on that over the next couple of days here as you're sort of working on things, would love to hear it. Okay, super. With that, let's bring up our first panel of guests, 3 members. This is the last official sort of panel, but as I mentioned, there will be a number of visitors this afternoon from a variety of organizations for you to seek out information from proactively. But this will be 45 minutes. They'll each introduce themselves. You've already met a couple of them, I believe. And then we'll do a long round of questions, probably. Okay, super.
Hi, everyone. You guys may know me as Isabel Patterson. I'm the chair on the Youth Action Board. It's great to see a lot of similar faces again. Thank you for being here. And yeah.
Hello, my name is Anthony Angel, and I am the vice chair on the Youth Action Board.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anna Allen. My show band name is Piachikuda Zembo Waipi. I'm a member of the Shoshone Bannock tribes from Fort Hall Reservation in Southeast Idaho, also known as the Fort Bridger Treaty area. I currently serve as the Regional Government Affairs Director with the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. It's good to be here.
So a little bit of background. This was based on some of your information requests regarding wanting the YAB to come back and ask them some more questions. And Anna, I wonder if you could say a little bit more about sort of how you have related to this issue in the past and what kinds of things would be best to ask you about.
Thanks, Lynn. Sure. So today I serve for a tribal government. So we're a sovereign nation. CRITFIC is the acronym for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. And we are a sovereign nation. We are a tribal government or an arm of 4 specific treaty tribes from the Columbia River Basin. And so we, prior to my role at CRITFIC, I served as a policy advisor, a tribal liaison for Multnomah County over in the Valley, and also under previous chair, Deborah Kafori, as the senior policy advisor on Native American issues, specifically around the intersection with housing and houselessness. Actually arrived, though I live over there, I am from Central Oregon. I spent much of my life, many years here, in Bend, Redmond, and Prineville, of all places. And I moved here actually as a houseless youth when I was 17 years old. That would have been 2006, I believe, not to age myself, but I arrived here just from getting a ride from a friend. I was living houseless in Portland, Oregon for a couple years prior to that, and hitched a ride with a friend who was coming to see her family member in Prineville. And I really liked the weather, and I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I decided, you know, when Sunday came and it was time for her to go home to Gladstone, Oregon, I said, nah, I think I'll stick around here. Because that was just the nomadic life that I was used to, and also that my family was used to prior to that. We had been in and out of shelters, particularly DV shelters and the foster care system, as my family was struggling with houselessness once my mother was released from incarceration. So that's a little bit of how I ended up here and kind of what steered me in the direction of working in. I've worked in both nonprofit, tribal government, non-tribal government, and corporate sectors. So that's a little bit about how I got here, and I worked for the city of Bend for a little while, as well as their equity inclusion director several years ago. So that's a little bit about kind of my experience and what brought me here to be with you all today.
Super, thanks much, appreciate that. All right, let's open up for questions. Steve.
Good morning. I'm kind of curious, what is the interaction between tribal government and, say, state government in terms of providing social services? For example, one of the things I've been talking about is foster care. Does the state provide foster care on site like the Warm Springs Reservation?
Great question. So the state of Oregon in particular does have what is called an ICWA unit or an ICWA department. So Indian Child Welfare Act is federal legislation that decided that Indian children should be fostered by Indian families. And you know, Native children are overrepresented in the foster care system. So that was intentional legislation that guided the establishment of ICWA at a state level. There also are more NGO-led local initiatives and services, particularly, you know, I'm familiar obviously with the Portland metro region and the services provided there. There are a number of nonprofits that also support foster care children and families, particularly around cultural connection and basic needs services like food stability. But the role really is, and it's different all over, and every tribe is different as well. My tribe, we have family, youth, and family services, but we don't have specific services around foster youth in particular. They just fit under some of those additional categories, but every tribal government is different. I often tell folks, well, I mean, I wouldn't go to Deschutes County to pay my city water bill, right? Or, you know, or electricity bill. They're all different governments and they all have different levels of services and funding as well. And so it is very different, but the state of Oregon does have Native-specific foster care services that they partner with local jurisdictions for.
But when they place a child, for example, in foster care, is it done on the reservation or off the reservation?
Both. It just depends on where that youth is from and who they're working with. You know, I was placed very temporarily in a Native home with my brothers, and all of it was off the reservation because we lived off the reservation. So it wouldn't make sense for us to be transported home to Southeast Idaho when we were living in Portland, Oregon.
Okay, thanks much. Colleen.
Can you please tell us what was the best aid for each of you to transition out of homelessness?
For me, transitioning out of homelessness, the best aid, that would be the J staff, for sure, just because they helped me out a lot. They made sure I had the resources and everything that I needed to succeed, whether that be mental health services or access to any services that I could have needed. And they also got me connected with something that's called Independent Living Program, or ILP, or ILP. And they helped me out a lot, and ILP mainly focuses helping people who are currently or former foster youth, and they were able to get me on housing vouchers, they were able to get me extra money that I needed, so that helped me out the most. So just stuff like that has been the best help in my life, and I wouldn't be here where I am today without JBarJ or the ILP staff.
I would probably say the JBarJ staff as well, just because of the fact that I have been homeless for a pretty long time, and all of the things that I have accomplished, I graduated high school early. Um, I got a car. I had grants and stuff that helped me get a car through JBarJ. They had a lot of other funding, and I gained more skills through life in general. I learned how to cook more, do my laundry properly, like necessities that everybody needs to survive in life. They pretty much taught me that on a deeper level. So, yeah.
For me, I would say it was culturally specific services that were more on a wraparound basis. So it wasn't just about being houseless. You know, I needed all of me to be served, to be able to, and I was also, you know, I call it my run amok days. When you're houseless and, you know, there are things I was picked up constantly for stealing food, those types of things. So had a record that needed to be dealt with as well. If I wanted a living wage job, those types of things, I needed some grace. But those culturally specific services, I think, really interrupted my recidivism cycle. And that's really what put me on a path where I was at a cross of the roads and I decided, I gotta go left. I can't keep going right. And it really was, I think, you know, even being arrested on my 18th birthday in Prineville, Oregon, I'll never forget that. And that was really where it was like, I have to figure else, something else out. But having somebody, even a probation officer that was Native American, that understood my cultural practices, that smudged with me every day, that really understood, you know, who had walked a similar path as me, and I could tell in the way they spoke to me. I could tell in every time I met with them that they got it, and they weren't ever mad at me, even if I did mess up along the way, never mad at me. And took me to cultural events and cultural things. Started beading again, started doing all these cultural practices that I grew up with and had been gone from for so long. It really took that for me to say, all right, I'm done digging my heels in. I'm done just trying to, you know, make my way through different systems that don't reflect me whatsoever. So those culturally specific services, I think, were pretty key for me.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, one of the things that was brought up yesterday is they were trying to get together to build a hub for all the services to kind of meld in one area so it wasn't spread out. In your experience, would that be actually beneficial instead of, so I guess I'm just, is it worth the time and effort to try to do something like that? Or do you think that would just kind of be ineffective?
Yeah, well, with that, that would be a lot of work, especially getting the organizations to all like come together and work together. And I'm not sure how you guys would do that. Would it be just like all the organizations just becoming one organization, or is it all going to be separate?
By my understanding, they would be separate. It would just be a location that they could all have representatives at.
Yeah, see, I like that idea. It would take a lot of work for sure, and I think it would be worth it just because that's what a lot of people are asking for, and I feel like it's definitely a need. But I just think it would be definitely a lot of work, especially getting them all to come together, or to even find a place to put all these organizations in, and because it's just going to need to be a big space for all the programs that everyone offers. So with that, I do think it's a great idea, and I think it would definitely be worth it if it's done correctly and appropriately.
Can you just explain what HUB stands for? Or is that just like?
I don't think it's an acronym. I think
Okay.
it's just like a centralized location for everybody to, that way, so like say JBarJ's, you know, on one side of town, and then the Loft obviously is on the other side of town. So instead of that, they would have all their information. Obviously, those, like the physical locations would stay there, but if somebody needed to learn or know more about that, they could just go to one spot located in town, and then that place they could get information from all of those people.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good resource for a lot of people. I mean, it's good to kind of like fluctuate it and like to where it is kind of spread out because not everyone's going to live in the same area. So that's also something to think about when building something like this. But I think having something in our community that has that and all of the places that are already like that, I think it would be good.
I do think that's helpful, especially thinking about infrastructure around here and transportation needs. When somebody is in crisis or they need services, having to travel somewhere can be difficult. So that mobility piece and of meeting them where they're at is critical. But I'm always a supporter of cross-jurisdictional collaboration. I do think that has to be a pretty ironclad IGA or an MOU with other jurisdictions. And probably some additional policy in place more internally with each jurisdiction and service provider, just to understand what the role of everybody is going to be under that collaborative. I'm sure, we don't like to talk here in Central Oregon about the Valley much. We're very different needs, very different community than Portland in that area. But I was under Chair Kafori's administration when they created the Joint Office of Homeless Services between the City of Portland and Multnomah County. And while you see a lot in the news that is really negative about that office, I've also seen a lot of good come out of it, of having everybody under one roof, because it is exhausting trying to navigate multiple jurisdictions with multiple responsibilities when you don't even know where you're going to eat or sleep later that evening, right? So that within itself, the ability to reduce that, you just got to work through the other things, and that's where I think strong policy comes into place of what role does every jurisdiction play to provide what service. And don't make anybody walking through that door try to figure it out. I think that is a really critical policy element to ensuring you're providing quality services to community members and moving them through to the next thing, right? It's not just day services, get your laundry done, move on, you go back outside. It's really about, okay, this is the first touch point, building a relationship, and having something like that really allows you to do that. And so that's my thought. I think it is worth it.
Anna, you mentioned just a couple of acronyms there, MOU and IGA. Could you just explain what those are?
Sorry. IGA, so intergovernmental agreement, which is typically done between government jurisdictions, and then an MOU is a memorandum of understanding, which would really be probably likely done with the service providers or on a contract basis with service providers, depending on who you're trying to have under that collaborative or that hub providing those services. So thank you for calling me out on that.
Oh, totally, yeah. Anything else to add on that subject? Okay, cool, Quinn.
First, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. In terms of services, the one thing that I can't really get out of my mind is mental health providers. Was it really easy for you guys to access someone like that, to just be able to be safe to talk to someone that's unbiased?
So as far as access comes, I wouldn't say it's easy just because they're stretched thin. So and I also have different needs. So for instance, when I first started getting into therapy and everything while I was homeless, I felt like I needed to be there at least, once every week. But some places may not offer that. They may offer once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks. And so it's not that it's hard to get into that. It's just that it's hard to find a provider that's going to be able to suit your needs, just because their time is also important, and they have a bigger caseload than what I may feel like I can't be a part of, just because of how their time is managed. And I feel like I might need more of their time than what could be given to me, especially because, like, for instance, I used to have like an hour in my visits with my therapist, and then it got cut down to 30 minutes. It still helped, and I'm thankful that I feel like I no longer need it as severely as I did back then, just because they helped me get over my issues. So with that, it's very helpful, but accessing it is a different story. And I feel like if we could get more therapists or more accessibility in, then that would be great. I know they have like the texting and calling options now, and that's great, but they couldn't fit my schedules. So with that, it's still hard to access, I guess.
I would say accessing is kind of like hard word to say. Like it was easy, just because of the fact that I was homeless at a really young age, and disclosing personal information about myself with random people is not my cup of tea most of the time. Um, I would also say like having the right person could really help, just because like everyone here, like sometimes we don't all want to share our stories with like people we don't know. Um, and I would also say like there was a point in time where resources really mattered. Like you can pretty much only get a therapist if a doctor recommends you, or like you have the resources like OHP or any other health insurance. And there was a point in time where I did not have those resources. Like my dad lost my card and stuff, and it was just way harder for me to get what I actually needed at the moment. So.
Um, for me, I think access was challenging, but it changed once I got culturally specific services available to me. So it took navigating multiple systems to find the right one that was tailored to the intersectionality of who I was as a human, as a minor, as a woman, as a Native American, as somebody with a record, all of those elements of me, that it took a very specific service to really serve all of me. And then I didn't even realize that had been in counseling for like 6 months. I thought we were just hanging out. And so it really, and that I think speaks to those nuances of somebody who gets it and they know, and like they're not that, I don't do well with somebody coming in and kind of, oh, it's not, like really, I need somebody to come in and just tell me how it is. I need direct information. I need them to tell me what's up. But that's just who I am as a person. And it took somebody really taking the time to get to know me, for me to really connect. And I will say there's a difference between, and I found that through IHS, which is Indian Health Services. So I did not find that through, dominant culture services. And I remember calling once I got insurance, that like non-native insurance. I looked for a counselor or a therapist, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we can schedule with so and so." And it was like, again, 6 months out. It was insane. And so I just went to a friend of mine, and she said, "Well, just go to IHS." And I had a counselor within like 48 hours. And so I think really thinking about your internal structures as well as something, depending, I don't know what all sectors or if it's nonprofits or government that you're coming from to this space, but thinking about how you do referrals is pretty critical, because I also wouldn't have even have known that I had access to IHS, to Indian Health Services, all free services to me as an Indian person. If I hadn't had somebody with a referral that said, "Are you a member of a federally recognized tribe? And if so, which one?" And that person intentionally reached out to my own tribe in Southeast Idaho, as well as the local clinic, to say, "I have a youth that I think would really benefit from your services. Can I make a referral?" And I didn't even know that they did any of that. And suddenly they were like, "I want to introduce you to somebody." And they came to meet us there. And like I said, I didn't even end up knowing that I was in counseling for quite a while, because I was very young as well. And that really made a huge difference. So access, I would say, tribes are doing it right, but they are under capacity. And so even hiring tribal specific positions to help navigate, if you're seeing a high influx, or culturally specific in general, other BIPOC communities, having those liaisons and hiring lived experience makes a world of difference when you're looking to get people off of the streets, from living outside to living inside.
Thanks. Steve. If you can.
I'm sorry about that. I want to follow up on what Quinn just asked and what you referred to. You three are obviously successes, quote unquote. I hope you feel that way. But obviously the system has its failures, and you've probably seen those failures. So what I want to know, if you can give us suggestions for how the system can be strengthened to minimize those failures. And one of the things you mentioned, of course, was access. But another thing is a shortage of therapists. Where else in the system do you find weaknesses?
I will say that, at least in my experience, retention of good, solid staff. If you're good, people are going to come for you. And so that constant turnover of staff, at least this is the number one thing that I hear when working with tribal governments and off-reservation Native specific communities, is the constant turnover. And you have to then reteach somebody else, and then after a while it's like, why am I doing this? And that's what continues that siloing of different governments, when really we should be looking at cross-jurisdictional collaboration, like I mentioned. But I think that retention, like, pay your people and really think about how you're retaining your good staff, recognizing them, and also hiring for that lived experience, and really recognizing it as education. I think, I'm sure everybody up here would agree. At least my mom would always say this. I'm a college. I went to Portland State University for political science, but I didn't do that until I was 28 years old. And prior to that, my mom would always say, yeah, but you have a master's in hard knocks. And it really was just kind of street cred of understanding who to go to, how to get things done. And so I think recognizing that lived experience is education times 10, that really, my educational path is very different, I think, from many around me, but I'm still very qualified to sit in the position that I am. And it takes a lot to even recognize that we are qualified to do that, because there's this level of often shame that we pick up within every touch point, within every system. So I think that's something very deliberate that folks can do in your organizations, is really hire and retain folks to the best of your ability, and create a working culture that really reflects respect for people's experiences walking through the door. I don't drop my bag of experiences at the door and pick it up on the way out. Those come with me in the doors all the time. So I think that's a really critical thing, in my opinion, that you all can do.
I would personally say advertising more resources, just because I feel that they are always needed, and you don't really hear other people talk about them. You don't really hear it on the TVs. Like, they don't really put out advertisements on resources, and if they do, it's like one time out of like many commercials and other things like that. I also think finances, because finances and age limit. I did not mind working. I tried getting a job when I was 13 and 14, because around that time I was homeless, and it was very limited, and I had very small access to a lot of those things. And I know it's really hard to say all of this and actually have effort to change it, or not effort, but changing something that's been put in as a rule for so long. But I really think age limiting stuff is a big problem that we have. Yes, okay.
So I have a lot of ideas for this, but I'm gonna go with what I care about and what I'm passionate about, and has to do with DHS and the foster care system. So with that, I'm just going to talk about the prevention ways of keeping youth off the streets, and that's making sure the youth are ready to exit the foster care system. They didn't do that with me, or pretty much anyone that I've known to be in the foster care system, and that's saying a lot, because I've worked with hundreds of youth in the foster care system. So with that, just making sure youth are ready to leave, and what that could look like is making sure they have other housing options when leaving, making sure they have jobs, making sure they're trained for jobs, making sure they have their education, and just things like that. Because when I left the foster care system at the age of 18, I was homeless until the age of 22. So that's really something, because they didn't prepare me. They didn't make sure I had any resources or information. So if I would have had the information that I have today, as long as with the resources that I have today, I would not be in such a bad spot. I wouldn't have had to have been homeless for that long. So with that, just the DHS part is prevention and making sure that there's policies in place for the youth exiting foster care and coming into the foster care system.
May I follow up? Apparently we're gonna have a representative of DHS here this afternoon. Just so you know, there was recently a lawsuit in federal district court, and it was just settled, and DHS is supposed to reform its system. Unfortunately, they've been given up to 12 years to do it. And I have the documents here if you'd like to see them.
No, I did hear about that. And with that, DHS also doesn't like to follow their own rules that they put in place, let alone the law. And I can speak a lot on that, but I'm not going to sit here and trash them. But I can give an instance as to where they were supposed to give me a copy of my rights and the laws that I had as a foster youth. And I did not receive that copy. Instead, what my caseworker did is forged my signature saying that I did receive a copy instead of just giving me the paperwork needed for it. And so if I would have had that piece of paper with all that information on it and all those resources, I could have done a lot better. But instead, he was unwilling to give it to me, and I had no clue about it until 2 years ago.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes left. We'll try to get through as many folks as possible, but Max.
In your experience, just on more general health care, how accessible is primary care specifically?
I would say that primary is, could you explain the question in a different way?
Yeah, so by primary care, I sort of mean just a doctor that you can go to with your concerns and get regular checkups and that sort of thing.
Okay, so I would say first off, having the place to actually go to is a very important one. Honestly, my doctors were never consistent, and that was a big problem for me, because every time they would I would looking at papers and other documents that would be oh, what provider do you have for medical? I would be that's a good question. I actually don't know that one. So being more consistent in that realm of this is your doctor, this is your person that you're supposed to go to, whether it's any form of healthcare, not just doctors.
For me, I think it was, I had access, I just had nobody explaining to me how to navigate it. But again, I come with kind of dual, I belong to, I'm a United States, I'm a United States American, but I'm also a citizen of Shoshone-Bannock Nation. So really, I had health care no matter what because I had Indian Health Services, because I'm an enrolled member. But when it came to navigating, and they don't have all the services, right? They don't have, it's more you have we can pay for a checkup or something small. But really when it came to anything serious, they would refer back to non-tribal services. And it's still paid for under Indian Health Services, but I was going to see non-native doctors at Kaiser or something. But I had no idea how to even, I'm who do I call? And they give you a card, you get something in the mail, but I'm but wait, how many doctors do I have? There's somebody for internal medicine, or if there's a specialty, is cancer screening, then I go to somebody else in an entirely different building across town. That navigation piece, I really needed somebody to sit down with me so I can ask all of the questions that I think often folks feel are the dumb questions. I felt like I was the only person on earth that did not understand healthcare, or was like, wait, what do you mean? Is dental separate, or is that under the same? I had nobody to really explain that, so I just didn't go, because I am not trying to go make myself feel stupid in clinics trying to understand who I'm supposed to call, what phone number, how do I schedule an appointment, those types of things. So when today, very different, obviously, but really that transition time, if somebody would have just sat down with me and helped guide me on those questions, put those phone numbers even in my phone, or wrote down what to do. If you need to make a dental appointment, this is what you do. I think would have been incredibly helpful to even understand, because healthcare is a complicated system to navigate.
All right. Good. I'm going to move through folks unless, let me know if there's additional things to add. Ben.
I'll try to be brief. It seems to me that based on things that have not only been said by this panel, but panels previously, that a lot of the issues live downstream of housing costs. And for example, you're talking about having high turnover for staff, and I imagine that a dimension of that high turnover is affordability. If staff can't afford to live in the community that they're supposed to serve, they have to go where they can afford to live. And so I imagine that that's a factor there, and I know for a fact it's a factor when it comes to mental health care access, because I actually considered changing careers over to mental health to be a counselor in this area, and I discovered that I couldn't actually afford to live here based on the starting salaries that I was looking at. And so there's that, and several other things. And one of the stories I keep hearing from you guys is that children that end up homeless, it seems to start at a point where they're barely hanging on, and then one incident, one bad day, something goes wrong, and it's like they have housing, they're teetering, then one incident is enough to send the family unit into a tailspin. And part of that, it seems to me to be, is how expensive housing is, that you guys are barely making it. Then unexpected expense, something comes up and you can't make your rent, and then you end up on the streets. And so is that a fair assessment? Am I missing something? Or is that a reasonable assessment in your opinion, that a lot of the issues that we're discussing here live downstream of that primary issue?
No, I think that's spot on. Just because everything, especially here in Central Oregon, is very expensive. I would not be able to live here if I wasn't on vouchers, thanks to ILP and J4J. But with that, I can definitely speak for like an instance with myself. I needed new car tires. I was looking at $900. I wasn't really making any money at the time because I was living in my car. But thanks to ILP, they paid for all of that. And so, but if I wasn't able to afford that, I probably would have just given up and not have gotten into housing and just like left all my progress and gone back to Idaho. So I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm glad that I had the resources to help me. But with that, with how expensive like just living is, and like me saving up for a place to just be here, it's absolutely crazy because I can't afford to live here on my own at all. Even with, I was working 3 jobs, working all 3 of those jobs. I was tired all the time. I was very irritable. I was still barely making enough to live here. Just the average rent here is like $2,000, and I could not afford that. I can't afford $2,000 a month with a car payment, with car insurance, renter's insurance, all of that good stuff. And I was making decent money as well. Just, I'll throw that out there, but I still was not able to afford to live here by myself. And I'm not looking to rent a room, just a room, for $1,000 a month either. So yes, it's very expensive.
I would say that I think it's crazy that people from out of state come up to me in class and is like, how does it feel to grow up in this state and not be able to afford your own housing? Because it's true, and that really sucks to know that I've lived here my whole life, and to know that I don't think I'll ever be able to afford anything unless like I go to school. I'm currently in a full-time school position, and I would have to be working at least like 80 hours just in order to pay off my car insurance, pay for gas, pay for food. Like, DHS pretty much cut me off because I was making too much money, even though, like, I was only working one job. Like, that's crazy. Um, I would also say that fortunately, the Youth Action Board has been working on more housing for youth who are experiencing homelessness. We just finished writing a grant back in August. It talks more about it in the the coordinated community plan, the CCP, that you guys all have copies of, but it pretty much talks about like how all the work that we've been doing in order to do it. We have probably like 25 to 30 grants to push out for like a lot of youth to have more housing and just be able to at least like know what it's like to like have that structure, have that time to actually live in Bend, Oregon. So
I definitely think that that's a factor. When I worked for the city of Bend and I moved back over to Central Oregon during the pandemic, I lived in Redmond because I could not afford to live in Bend. And I contracted back with Multnomah County and the Portland Trailblazers so that I could afford. So I held 2 contracts in addition to my full-time job with a 6-month-old. And I had to live in Redmond and commute because I could not afford to live in Bend. And even now, I have 2 contracts in addition to my full-time job with CritFic, and I live in Troutdale. And so it is extremely expensive, and that's where I think paying, organizations, there's like this blanket, I was like, oh, well, we're in alignment with, equitable pay structures with other jurisdictions. Like, well, then everybody needs to raise that amount because this is kind of insane. And also, there's also contributing factors, I think, particularly for myself. I sustained 3 households. My younger brother and his dad, I pay half of their rent. This is why I have to hold down so many contractual jobs in addition to my full-time job. And that comes with a lot of people, very dynamic individuals, coming from the Native community. We don't put our elders or parents when they're sick or anything, they come live with us. And so that's true for many cultures, many communities, I'm sure many people in this room. And so that you have to think about that when I'm hiring somebody, I'm assuming it's not just the people under their roof that they're sustaining. I come in with that decision-making paradigm on what I'm going to offer them. And I think that flexibility is really key too. But there's also a lot of other issues that really come into play. I have, my mother became disabled. I had to move in with her while still maintaining my household rent, her mortgage, and paying for my younger brother's half of his rent as well. And he lives with a disability. When his father passes, he's going to have to come live with me. I'm going to have to look for a house with a mother-in-law suite or an additional room. Thinking through all of those things. These issues are more dynamic than anybody really truly gives credit for, and you have to be able to think innovatively to supporting and funding all of that person if you want them to come work for you and provide those services.
Well, yeah, really fast though, I think.
Real quick, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, that we all agree that the housing costs are upstream. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that we're on the same page on, that it is certainly upstream of many things. Okay, that.
Thanks. Ken.
Did any of you 3 have any contact with Teen Challenge as a resource?
I didn't have contact with like Teen Challenge, but I did go through the OICP, which is almost like a Teen Challenge. It's a military-based boot camp in a way, and it helped me to graduate school early. It taught me how to consistently work out, because I'm not the best with working out consistently. So it taught me how to, which is great. It also taught me a lot of other skills, how to eat properly, how to wake up early and do what I need to do. It was a very good thing. It had me on a specific schedule, which was good. I think structure is a big part in any youth homelessness, like to regain ability to actually be where they need to be in life. Structure is what that's a big part that a lot of people miss.
More on that. Okay, last question here, Alex.
Yeah, I know we don't have a whole lot of time, but I just wanted to get a little bit more insight on the foster care system from somebody who's been in it before we have the representative come, just because I feel like you're probably going to be a little bit more honest. And I have no idea how that system works other than just like what's been portrayed on TV, which probably isn't very accurate. So, a couple of questions. So, like, one, is it consistent who you're staying with? And then how overcrowded are the families? And then thirdly, does it seem like the families you were with cared about you, or were they just there to try to push you to an age and then get you out of their house as fast as possible?
This could be answered in a lot of ways. First one, actually to what you're saying, with on TV, a lot of the TV shows actually portray the foster care system to be horrible, and that's actually accurate. I will say that with the way that they do things, just stripping the kids away from their parents, I've seen it happen many times. A lot of the times they don't even offer the parents any resources or anything like that. They just expect the parents to fix themselves, and then reunification is always the goal, is what they'll tell you, even though a lot of parents don't want their kids to come back, or a lot of the kids don't want to go back to their houses. And I've done a lot of talk about that on other boards dealing with the DHS. Is I don't think reunification should be the main goal. I think it should be up to what the youth want. And then as far as staying with the same family, that is definitely not true. You will get tossed around to as many houses as they see fit, and that could be for different reasons. It could be you're not a good fit for the family that you get thrown in with, the family no longer wants to deal with you, and the family may not want to be foster parents anymore because it's a hard job. But then there's the other point that you brought up. Do families just, they're pretty much, are families there for a check is how I look at that last question. A lot of families are there just for a check, even though it's a hard job, but it's basically being able to stay home and work. But there's also a lot more to being a foster parent. There's a lot more stuff that happens behind the scenes of the foster care system. I won't go much into that because it's definitely a big trigger for people here with what happens in the foster care system and how that gets played out. But a lot of foster parents are there for a check. My first foster family here in the state of Oregon was doing just that. Only accepted me because I came with a sibling at first. Once my sibling left, they didn't want me in their house, so they kicked me out. But my secondary foster home here in the state of Oregon actually liked me. They spent thousands of dollars of their own money just to throw me a birthday party, just to make sure I had a good Christmas. It wasn't them just, using the government's money to support me. It was them using like a lot of their own money to support me and making sure that I felt comfortable, because unfortunately, that was the first real family that I had was in the foster care system. So with that, the foster care system does do good when they do it right and find people who actually care about youth. And that's why I try not to bash too much on the DHS system, but I also realize that's the foster parents' goal, is to make sure that I was comfortable, not DHS's goal. So, yeah.
You also want to jump in on that question?
I had a similar experience, and I'm a foster parent. My mother was a foster parent. And, she specifically took in Native youth that were being adjudicated, and so we knew we're going into the system for many, many years. And it's because we knew nobody else was going to take them. And so I have two foster brothers who are both in prison and are not getting out anytime soon. But they are my brothers, again, to that financial piece. I put money on their books every single month. I visit them all the time out in Pendleton. It's very far to drive, but being really intentional about that. But I, as a foster parent too, and I learned this from my mother, was, you know, you get that stipend, but now we have to teach financial literacy. We have to make sure that this individual is going to be successful if they choose to leave this home. And so there were kind of these, I think could be really good legislation, or as DHS is being overhauled, and even looking at a model more around keeping families together as opposed to being a last resort, coming in and tearing them apart and causing trauma. They're really trying to, at a national level, shift that to the goal being keeping kids in the home and wrapping around the family and other services to make sure that they're not coming in at the last minute to remove a child from a home. There's a housing model that also works, and is in Redmond as well. I'm on the board of an organization called Bridge Meadows. It's intergenerational housing specific around the foster care system, and it's elders, because we know that elders, when they have regular interaction with young people and they have a sense of community and what they need in an accessible environment and community, they live longer, they're less likely to, you know, there's so many health benefits to that, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. And then there's also parents who are looking to foster or interested in fostering, current foster parents, and then foster youth. So that intergenerational housing model. And Redmond is they have one of those sites there in Redmond, and they're looking at Bend and other locations as well. And those types of models, I think, are really successful as well. So my hope is that DHS ends up funding more of those types of housing models that are not overseen by DHS, but really are a landing place that build a sense of community, because that's what it definitely took for me. But I also think, like, you know, again, receiving that funding, I would always sit down with my foster daughter, who's now in college at Southern Oregon University. I'm extremely proud of her because she was not in school at all when we first got connected. Graduated high school and is in college right now, and she's the most amazing human being. But we would sit down every month, and I'm like, okay, it goes into a different bank account, and we sit down and we talk about groceries, we talk about all of those things, and she would have to budget with me. It was all her money. And I learned that from my mother too, as a foster parent, of like, that's what you do to teach somebody how to be successful when they want to leave. And I think, you know, and you both brought up too, that transitional housing afterwards is really critical, of, you know, if somebody hasn't been supported or prepped enough to be able to live on their own and to get a living wage job and understand how to get vouchers and all of those things, there should be a landing place for them too that is kind of, you know, the next phase of becoming independent, which is the ultimate goal. So I think those are just things that have helped me, but I also agree with that of like, I've heard some horror stories, I've been a part of some horror stories, but also I think that DHS should look at how they're weaving in that financial literacy and having an understanding or a policy in place where those funds are not just go to cut a check to the foster parent, but they live somewhere and they're supporting them and understanding how to spend those funds and what budgeting really means so that they can be successful.
All right, thanks so much to the panel for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, switching gears entirely now. You will have a chance to debrief that and information that may have come from there in just a little bit. We're going to do something else first to put a bow on yesterday, and finish up principles. So I think I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and explain it here. So basically, you're going to go into that room there, and you'll see on the back wall of the large breakout room, there's a sticky wall, a bunch of blue tarps with sticky spray on them. And they've got all of your principles as they were approved yesterday. Let us know if there's any errors there. And remember that all the, anything related to sort of the wording of those and the typos and all that kind of stuff, you'll still have a chance to look at again tomorrow. But this is a time to vote on whether you agree with them or not. And this, again, will come back to you all mainly as a resource to sort of understand where the rest of your fellow delegates are at. And there's 4 choices. You'll be using the little dots in front of you. You may have different sizes of dots, but they should all be sort of the same color, I think. Some of you may have stars, I'm not sure. Collect those dots, and you'll place 1 dot per principle. There's sort of a principle, and then underneath it, there's a page with some boxes. And they say strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral or don't know, and disagree. Place a dot in one of those, just 1 per principle. And yeah, I think I mentioned this yesterday in response to a question, but the way those will be ranked is that strongly agree is sort of going to be worth 2 points, and somewhat agree 1 point, neutral 0 points, and disagree -1. Add that all up, and that's kind of how they end up in the ranking. Yeah, even though neutral is worth 0, still put a dot there because it kind of, as you saw on the screen there, we break out kind of who voted on what, and that's can be useful information to see, oh, hey, there was a lot of people that were sort of just in the middle on this one. You can also not vote if abstain from voting if you'd really like to, though. Doesn't matter what size. Nope. I think there are different sizes because we needed more dots. So yeah, nope, the sizes don't matter at all. And it can be a little bit confusing if you kind of bounce around the wall to remember what you voted on before. So my request or recommendation here is that we all head in there, pick a spot, spread out across the wall, start on that one in front of you, and then kind of move to the right and come around in a circle. If you want to skip over one, maybe take a pen and just make a little note of which one you've skipped over to remind yourself. They're all numbered. Okay. Any other questions about how voting works? We'll do this a couple times tomorrow, so it's a great first shot at voting. It's super. When you've finished, come back to the U here, and we'll aim for about 15 minutes or so to do this, but if it takes a little longer, that's okay too. Okay, have at it. Okay, super. Is everybody back from voting? I think. Yeah, we could gather at the U one more time here. We're not going to be here for long. There's a bunch of getting up and moving around today, which depends on how you feel about that, but that's what the day looks like. We are working on the heat, by the way. No, it's chilly. Okay, super. So this next section is a little bit of small group work. We're going to move now another shift away from principles and back to small groups to do a little debrief, and then to jump into a little bit of a high-level thinking about this topic before we jump into the weeds again. To take a step back for creativity. So first in small groups, it'll just debrief 10 minutes, a little bit about this last session, anything that's sort of come out of it, key insights to bring forward. You can always continue to add to the key information and questions and take a look at all this stuff. I was looking at the AI summaries the other day. They're really interesting, incidentally. And also, of course, new recommendations. That'll be the core part of as we go forward. But then after that little debrief, your moderators will ask you to take a step back. Before we move into the weeds here, it can be really helpful to just take a moment and ask a few questions. And these aren't the only questions, but things like, are there any new angles from which to look at this topic? Are there any types of recommendations that no one has mentioned yet or that haven't been talked about very much? Are you seeing any innovative ways of combining proposals together? Are any other creative ideas coming to mind? Just taking a step back, and then the next step will be to dive deep in, way down into the details, and that'll be the rest of today for the most part. There are two things that you will be two ways that you'll be taking down notes on potential recommendations from here on out. Use the big sticky notes if you just have an idea still, a kernel of an idea. It's not quite ready for prime time yet. But use a new sheet that you'll find on your tables in there that says recommendation at the top and has a whole bunch of boxes on it. Actually, I'm going to get one to demonstrate. It looks like this, and it's 2 pages. This is what we're calling an analysis sheet, because that's sort of what it's meant for. At the top here is the place to write the recommendation. And then below it, you'll see that big box that I talked about a little earlier, sort of why is this important? Over here on the right, there's a little place for principles. In a later activity today, you'll be sort of matching up your principles with recommendations and seeing whether the recommendation satisfies any of your top flight principles. That's not this section yet, but that's a later section. And then the rest of the boxes here will be for later today to sort of analyze these different pieces of all the different potential recommendations. But if it's just a kernel of an idea, throw it on a sticky note for now so that we don't have to waste gobs of paper. But if you feel like, okay, I'm getting something that feels like it's ready to get some analysis around it, I've got a little feedback from my group maybe. Again, nobody has to agree with it but you. Then write it on one of these sheets and keep this with you for now to work on for the rest of the day. Any questions about that kind of process? Okay, yeah, Stephanie.
I didn't understand any of that. Sorry. Are we writing on this or are we writing on that? And I don't understand taking a step back for creativity. Our new angles on what? On our principles? I'm sorry.
No worries. That's great. No problem. No, it's on me as much as anyone probably. Yeah. So the idea of this is before we dig into specific examples in detail, because it's really easy to get stuck in the weeds and lose track of the forest. I mixed my metaphor. You know what I mean? That we think it's important to just have a moment to take a step back and say, okay, there's so much information that's come in. There's just a fire hose of information, and it's still coming. What's missing? It's really kind of a gaps analysis. Like, what are people not thinking of? There's lots of ideas, there's lots of people doing lots of things already, there's lots of proposals that people have already made to you, suggestions that you've made to each other, etc. Step back for a moment to also have an open mind is the other piece of this. A little bit of like, no bad ideas, let's just like think creatively for a second. Yeah. Doug.
Doesn't make too much sense to me to be doing anything and then say, but we got more information coming. So, all right, maybe the information coming is going to answer the question or whatever I'm coming up with. So why do we have to make decisions without all of the information?
Well,
well.
I hear that. I will say that almost all of the information is here. So it's pretty much done. There is a little moment this afternoon where there's going to be some additional folks who are here that will be helpful, hopefully, in asking questions about just help ask questions about specific recommendations for the most part, and any other questions that you have at that point. But for the most part, the information is here in the process now, and there's a lot of it. Also, there is no possibility of getting all the information on this or any other topic. It's complex. You have to start working into the world of decision-making with imperfect information. And so it's that time to start dipping into that world with the acknowledgement that the level of information is always going to be insufficient. Scott.
Might be taking a step backwards, but there was a kind of a Vision Zero concept as a principle that was put up on the board yesterday, and it seemed to be shipped off to Siberia in the middle of the night.
Oh, no.
As having just the goal of eliminating youth homelessness as a principle for everything we do.
Did that not make it onto the list? It was a missing one.
Yeah, it didn't wind up on the board yesterday, and I didn't notice that, but...
Oh, sorry about that.
It was up there.
Thank you very much. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll make a note of that, and everyone can vote on just that one a little bit later today. We'll fix that. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Stephanie, as far as where to take notes, where to put down recommendations, basically write recommendation ideas anywhere you want. Doesn't matter too much at this stage. Your moderators and other folks will help you identify, okay, here, jot little rough notes on a Post-it note, basically, and use this thing when it's a little bit ready to go. Just so we don't waste a ton of paper. That's all that's about. But, by all means, transfer it over to this page when it's, when you're ready to kind of do more work on it, basically, is the idea. Okay, any other thoughts, questions? Yeah. I'll say one more thing about this moment. There's a whole bunch of different pieces on here, different kinds of ways to look at a policy recommendation. Don't get overwhelmed by the rest of this sheet. You don't need to worry about the rest of the sheet at all during this next section at all. This is a moment to zoom out. I'm just telling you that this exists so that you know what's sitting on the tables in there. And the other thing I want to say is you'll work on your own recommendations at first, just like principles. But as I said earlier, eventually there'll be some trading of papers, there'll be some moving around, there'll be new eyes on proposals. That doesn't mean your ideas should ever get lost. And if they do, they need to come back. That's a problem. And also, please put your name in the top corner when you start using these sheets so that people can find you and ask questions before there's other edits made. But the idea here is that in order to get to recommendations that the whole group can, or that many other people can also agree with, it's necessary to have a lot of different eyes on it. And that may mean that your eyes need to be diverted from the one that you've been looking at onto some other people's ones as well. So just to prep you for that in a few hours. Okay, I think that's it as far as my disclaimers and things. Groups for today. Oops. I've made little notes for myself on the floor this time, so it's easy. This will be group 1 till here, and group 2 to the corner, group 3 to the corner. And when Brenda comes, I believe she's coming a little late, she'll join your group 4 to Ben and your 5. Okay, super. Let's head to, all good? Okay, super. Let's head to small groups. Thanks. when you've taken the break, head back to those same small groups. If your moderators didn't mention that, head back to those same small groups. folks who've come back already, if you can keep the noise down, some groups are still finishing here for just a few minutes. And then we'll come back to the large group here in just about 3 minutes or so. Hey everyone, all right, let's come back to the U for just a moment. I can smell food in the air, but just a couple things to check in on real fast. We could come back to the U for just about 5 minutes here, then I will. I will head off into lunch just after that. We'll stay on schedule for lunch. Always, always, always. How are folks feeling, by the way? I heard someone say my brain hurts. Fair enough. Any other thoughts or reactions at the moment? little mushy in there. It was what? They're just freezing, yeah. Stocking caps, and I feel you. I've got coats on zipped up. All right. Thanks, everybody, for pushing through a morning there of a couple different activities, sort of different brain spaces going back and forth. Yeah, it's going to be more sort of more continuous for the rest of the day. There isn't going to be quite as much. There's going to be some moving around and other things happening, but it's not going to be like we're over here in principals and then we got visitors and then we get all this stuff. However, we will actually have visitors, but I'm going to get to that. Yeah. I'm going to explain the thing that's going to happen after lunch first, and then if we have another couple minutes or something and we want to check in, that's great, but I'm not sure how long this is going to take to explain. So right after lunch, at 1 o'clock sharp, there's going to be a number of visitors here. I believe the last count from Lauren was 9. Unfortunately, one of those is not DHS, it turns out, but we did try. They're on the list of folks who you requested, and we tried to get here. So I apologize for that. I guess maybe I'm not responsible for that. So they are. But in any case, we tried and contacted them, and as well as all the other requests on your list. My understanding is we basically tried to get someone for every one of those spots. But there are quite a few folks who did come, 3 panels of 3 people each-ish that we've heard from so far off of those requests. And then again, 9 folks, 2 of whom are new, is my understanding. And we'll get a full report and list of who those are coming to you during lunch or after lunch. And 7 of those folks, I think, are returning, folks you've already seen but are here sort of at your, beck and call to give you information as you need it. So they won't be presentations. We're calling this an information fair because we're sort of going to set them up inside the U here, all dotted around here, and there will be a thing on screen here that will say who they are, and you will go back to your small groups. Actually, come back to the U. Hold, please. Let my brain catch up. Speaking of brain. No, actually, we're going to go straight back to small groups because so this is the explanation for this now. So when we get back from lunch, we'll go straight back to small groups, and those will be kind of your home base to start from for this. So you can still continue to create recommendations. If you find similar recommendations, don't spend too much time on combining them right now. Don't spend too much time on editing. There's lots of time for that later. This hour from 1 to 2 p.m. is really valuable because it's sort of your only shot with this bunch of folks to ask questions about, to help fill in those analysis sheets, those questions is really what the objective is here. They might be able to answer questions about political feasibility or about funding or about timing or about any of those other things that are on that sheet, or point you toward additional resources. There will also be 3 stations set up, 2 in the big room and 1 in this room, with computers that will be connected to your resource list of all the many documents, so you'll be able to access those in that way as well. So the idea here is you'll sort of start at your 5 small groups, and the groups work in pairs or threes, kind of split up the work here a little bit, and try to fill in as many of boxes as you can. Go seek out the information that you feel you need, / help each other. Work from your notes, work from the other resources on the computer, and yeah, scribble all over those sheets. totally great. It's totally fine if they're messy. Well, I mean, try to write legibly, but I mean, they're not, going public or anything like that. They're for your use and to show other people, but do try to write legibly because somebody else is going to have to look at them a little bit later. I'm really looking forward to this. When we've done this before, the Assembly has really appreciated it, really liked it. It's not like people talking at you, it's you seeking out whatever information you want and just that. Bounce around, don't spend all your time with one person or one group of people. Make use of the folks who are here. The sequence of this is going to be in 2 parts. So you'll be in the same groups you were in earlier, and then come out and break out to find the information you want for the first half hour. And then at about 1:30, if everyone, and the moderators will help with this, if everyone can corral back to the 5 groups at about 1:30, we'll do a little switch between groups. And we don't have to worry about how this happens, but half of each group will kind of migrate. So the groups will get a little bit mixed up at this point, so that you'll have another half an hour with a new set of recommendations to help out with, to try to get new eyes on more recommendations while there's these resources in the room is the idea. And then after that swap, you'll stay with those groups for the rest of the day. So don't worry about the mechanics of that at all. Just head back to those 5 small groups after lunch, and your mods will take it from there. Let me see if there's anything else on my list here really fast. As you migrate in pairs or threes, grab a recorder from your table and take it with you, if you would. We'll be doing the switch using a deck of playing cards. So you don't need to worry about how this works, but just know that there will be some playing cards on your small group tables. Take a random playing card when you arrive at your small group tables. And I think the last thing to say is just that this is your final chance to get as many details from the outside world as possible. I mean, of course, you have access to the internet and your own document archive and that kind of stuff. In the future, the laptops will be there tomorrow, but the people won't be. And I think that's what I need to say about it. Does anybody have concerns or questions or other things? Don't worry, again, too much about the mechanics of how this is going to work. The mods will help organize. Scott, was your name tag up, or was that from previous? Okay, cool. I did not say that yet because Lauren has that list, and I think she's finalizing it because there were 2 very last-minute additions. So, okay. Do you want to announce it really fast? Oh, yeah, no worries. Okay, hold for a moment.
Save, but I think off the top of my head, we have Eliza and Rosie with JBarJ, Eric Nelson with COIC, Mickey, who was on Zoom yesterday with the City of Bend, Kira and Anthony with the YAB. We have the director of Deschutes Juvenile Community Justice, somebody from Mosaic Community Health, and I think that might be it. Or maybe there's, oh, Marcus LeGrand will be back too. Lindsay Staling, thank you. And Marcus LeGrand will be back as well. And I think that's everyone.
Thanks so much. And just a shout out to Josh and Lauren, who've put a ton of time in contacting everyone under the sun to try to bring as many folks here. So cheers to you both for that. And Josh, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just very briefly, apologies. You can take back the applause because we were not able to get anyone from the Department of Human Services. We also tried to get someone from CASA, the advocates for youth who are going into juvenile or foster care, and we couldn't get anyone from there either. So our apologies there. If you are looking for specific answers about foster care, you will have the opportunity to talk with Eliza. She has some knowledge there, but please don't expect deep expertise on that as well. We can always try to go back and find out more later on just to provide you with that information, but it probably won't be any good for this process. Sorry about that.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for hanging out for another 5. Let's still try to be back here as close to 1 as possible since these folks are arriving at about 1. But thanks very much. Have a good lunch. Since folks are here at the U mostly anyway, that's fine. Let's start here. And actually, if folks who are at small groups could come back to the U here. And I believe among our visitors today, thank you for being here, by the way. There are a couple of folks who haven't been to the assembly before. Is that right, I think? And if so, if you could come up front really fast and introduce yourselves. Lauren will know who they are, but maybe you know yourselves. Ah, fantastic. Thank you. You can come up here really fast. If you could just introduce yourselves real fast, and then, as you may remember, there's these seats inside the U where all of the visitors will be seated, and their names will be up on the screen here. But since you're new, if you could just, introduce yourself and sort of your background around this topic really fast.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lindsay Staling. I use she, her pronouns. I work for Mosaic Community Health as the Director of Patient Support Services. That means I oversee a team of interpreters and translators, as well as community health workers working directly with our patients, youth and adults. And I have been a board member on Homeless Leadership Coalition for the last 6 years. It's nice to be here.
Thanks, Lindsay. Hi, everybody. I'm Dee Holcomb. I'm the Director of Deschutes County Community Justice, and we have 2 divisions, Adult Parole and Probation and Juvenile Community Justice. And my colleague was here yesterday, Travis Graves, but wasn't able to be here today, so I'm stepping in for him. We obviously work with youth from all different walks of life, challenges, strengths, assets. Homelessness is obviously one that many, pretty good chunk, maybe less percentage than people usually think about when they think about juvenile justice, but the chunk that's there who experience homelessness with their families is obviously very acute and adds to a whole array of needs. And again, survival and resiliency that we all learn from. Thanks.
Thanks so much, appreciate it. All right, delegates, please find your way to your same small groups as before in there, and visitors, please spread yourselves out among the chairs in the center of the U here, and watch out for the cables, if you will. Tripwires, exactly. Anywhere in here is great. Yep, just sit, and delegates will find you, and will find you and ask you questions. Please remember to mix it up a little bit every once in a while so everybody gets a chance to talk to who they want to talk to. about 5 more minutes or so with this. 5 more minutes.
Well,
It would be good for them to hear it. Got it.
but wouldn't it also involve like recommending to a different entity that they support more voucher? You know what I mean? Like, we could just tell, like, be telling them like, hey, we recommend you get more. Like, they know that. They're gonna, you know,
They know that people are recommending it, and so that recommendation that you give them, say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm
Oh, it's-
also passing this recommendation to our federal partners at HUD. Because I'm a COC lead agency, so I deal with HUD and HUD funding, federal funding that comes to us directly. So do they. They're a public housing authority. They also deal with HUD directly. They fall under HUD in another branch, but yeah. And so telling them I'm making this recommendation to you, but guess what? I'm going to tell your boss up there at HUD
All right. This is the end of this time. Finish up your conversations the next moment or two and return to your small groups. Thanks. Yes, I've been reminded you actually have 4 minutes to just take a quick breath. This isn't really a break, but it's 4 minutes to take a breath, and then return to your small groups no later than 2:10. Good afternoon, everybody. This is your final call to move into your small groups again. Final call to small groups. And a warm thank you to everyone who visited. Thank you so much for taking your time this afternoon and a few extra minutes and throughout the process. All right, please make your way to small groups, delegates, and again, thank you everyone for who was a guest here. And folks here in the room, if we can lower conversations or move them out of the room, that would be great. All right, friends, let's head back here in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. You can pause conversations in the corners and hallways and gallery. Oh, come back to the U if you would. Oh, thanks. Cheers. What? Oh, Ben, come back. um, all right, there's still a bit of, thanks for bringing people in from the cold, fantastic. If we can take a seat at the U, be appreciated. Can continue conversations later. All right, Grace has a couple of announcements to make first off.
3 announcements. OSU, the campus, has apologized to us for the problem with the heat, and we've now determined that there is a real problem with the heat. It's not just that they're ignoring us, it's that the boiler is not connected to the heating system. And so if you're cold, there's a reason why. And they have offered us 4 blankets, and so we could share them, we could auction them off. Anybody really need a blanket? Bill's got his gloves on. That if you would like a blanket, I think we have to do first come, first serve in this case. Or I can bring them to you. Donate them to, that's a great suggestion. I love it. There was a photographer here earlier from the OSU campus. That's who that was, taking pictures. We will definitely let them know that orange dots don't get printed, blurred out, not, okay. So just wanted to reassure you that that is the rule, and we're gonna stick to that rule. One final thing is that there are a couple of you who said that you didn't receive a stipend check in the mail, and that could be because I don't have the correct address or your address has changed. So if you have not received a check, it didn't look like it, just a check in an envelope. If you didn't get one, you should talk to me.
Thanks so much, Grace. While you're here, actually, just really fast, if you can hold on a second. Does anybody have any questions for Grace since you're up here already? Pair of glasses over here. Anyone missing a pair of glasses? Hey, we found them. All right, okay. Yeah, anybody missing anything? Sweet. Okay, super. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Grace. Cool. I have one little announcement here. After the survey this evening, there's one more thing for you to do on your way out, and I'll remind you then as well. But please vote on the one principle that was missed this morning. Thank you, Scott, for pointing out that omission. It has been printed and placed on the pillar right here. There it is, right by Grace. Thank you. So please take your dot at the end of the day and vote on that principle, and we'll add it to the list. Okay, so we reconfigured things a little bit here, getting feedback from the moderators about the feeling in the groups and feedback from delegates about sort of what folks wanted to be doing, working on. There was going to be a couple more things that were going to happen this afternoon, like a switch between groups, like another thing in there to consolidate things. And we cut it because it seemed like that you all were mad at work on an amazing amount of recommendations with all kinds of detail on them. So our effort is to support you, not get in your way as much as possible, except to get done by tomorrow evening. So that's what's happened here. We've simplified. I hope that time in small groups was good. And the end of the day here is going to be a very simple report out, not on the document camera, just auditory, of the principles that have happened in your group. And you don't have to take notes. You don't have to remember what these are. We try to do things in multiple modes: visual, written, hearing, etc., because people learn and think in different ways. And so whenever there's sort of a lot of information that's been collected, it's important for it to come out in a variety of different ways. So one of those is to get those actual principles out into the room. Or sorry, recommendations, what am I saying? And this is also maybe a moment to sit back, relax, enjoy the fruits of your labor from the last several hours and those of your fellow delegates, see what's happened in the other groups. Tomorrow morning, please leave those representatives after you've read your recommendations. Please leave them up here on the front table. How about that? In a stack, one for each group, starting with group 1 here. How about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we will put them up on the sticky wall. And tomorrow morning will be the visual element of this. And you all will be able to come in, spend a little bit of quiet time reading what's on there and all the detail that's associated with those in preparation for finding duplicates and continuing to work on them, etc. I think I saw a hand somewhere. Did I? No. Okay. All right, cool. Now, we have about 45 minutes-ish to do this today. And I'm thinking, can I just get a count roughly of how many each group has, just to get a sense here real fast? 3 from group 1. Okay. $12 from 2. Okay. 8. Okay. That was group 3. Group 4.
25.
25. Okay. And group 5. Oh, nice. Yeah, please grab a blanket if you'd like one, though, in the meantime.
13.
13. Okay, fabulous. Okay. All right, so that looks to me like approximately sort of 1 minute each-ish. We're not going to do any discussion here because I think it's most important for these to just like come back into the large group before being shuffled out to be worked on again. And I also want to, I don't remember if I mentioned this morning. We got a little bit of feedback from one of the pieces of feedback from yesterday was just a request for respect of each other's ideas and recommendations. And so treat the recommendations as you would the humans who wrote them. We asked for wild suggestions earlier today, and I have no idea what the recommendations say, but I hope that you all will just treat them with respect as they come out here, and with the knowledge that they're all a work in progress, and that they are that they're going to be worked on and then voted on tomorrow in multiple rounds, and that as I said, the recommendations, if there's one person that agrees with them, that, of course, people can always retract their recommendation, but if there's one person that agrees with it, it will make it onto the list. It'll just, if there's only one person, it's probably going to end up down in the bottom in a sort of minority appendix. But in any case, this is, that's my disclaimer there. Okay, any other thoughts from anyone or requests or anything? Okay, all right, super. I'm excited to hear all of this, and but ignore me as usual and speak to each other. And if you could just read one by one, and we probably have enough time. Use your judgment. I think we have enough time probably for you to read the recommendation, and if you want to read a note from, if you think there's an important note from the rationales, but if not, just read the recommendations. Yeah. Okay, have at it, Quinn.
All right, I'll start with the longest one. Do I need to read the author or? Okay.
No author.
So the recommendation is for the city, a central hub that would be a rec center run by Bend Parks and Rec, a safe space for the youth, a place for organizations to be represented in one location and would double as a benefit center. A rationale would be, let's see, resources at Hub would help youths access programs. The next one is sustainable funding that is only used to fund mental health treatment. And I personally really like that one. And then another one is more funding and more flexibility for JBAR-J along with accountability. That's what I got.
Yay, group one. Thank you very much. Group two.
All right, well, I don't have 25, but we do have a lot, so we're just going to kind of breeze through them. So the first one, it's find or create a centralized digital database of services to amplify sustainability and publication of available services/resources. I think that one's kind of self-explanatory. Then we have provide permanent local funding to JBAR-J. Context, several guiding principles would be generally to extend on successful programs, and we want to go a step further by naming JBAR-J specifically. Next one, fund a direct cash transfer program through JBAR-J. I feel like those two kind of link together. Develop programs to help 18-year-olds transition out of the foster care system. For example, be sure that life skills are taught, be sure that available resources are communicated, and assist finding housing and other needs. All right. This one's directed towards education. broken down into middle school and high school. Middle school student classroom projects to help interact with youth homelessness, and then high school students electives to advocate, help create ways to help homeless peers, acceptance of school homelessness students in the fold of the high school experience. Yeah, this was a rough draft. It's just on a sticky note, so needs to be fleshed out a little bit. All right, another one kind of written on a sticky note. Child care, moms, dads, and need child care to go to work. Yeah, idea, COCC, early childhood education students, fulfilling intern hours requirements, provide the care. So maybe working with a college to get like work experience in that note. Unused part of local high school utilized for childcare. Churches helping meet either of the above. All right. Assist youth under 16 find work as appropriate, legal exceptions in certain circumstances. This is another one that's kind of a rough draft. Recommendation, just as schools provide sex ed and other informational presentations, implement a homelessness ed for all students. Allows houseless students to remain anonymous while educating, sorry, I was trying to read. Anyways, while educating all students about available resources. I'll use you as my translator. All right. Fund marketing for outreach programs, need for homes to house youth from JBAR-J, public awareness campaign. Right. Having a structured program for homeless youth is a big part of sustainability. Stability. Got it. Central hub for resources and services, healthcare, housing, education, and resource officers for youth to talk to. Prioritize and encourage multi-generational living. I guess I can break that one down a little bit more. Provides opportunity for mentorship and creates safe living and stability. Thank you.
Hey, group two.
Thank
you
you
very much. Before we head onward, I'm just looking at the time here. This is going a little faster than I expected, I think. Well, thanks for that. Maybe let's just open it after each group to say any additional words from other group members about any of these that they particularly want to emphasize. And maybe let's go back to group one really fast. Any additional thoughts about your recommendations that you'd like the group to know a little bit more about? Just fine, no worries. Group two, anything else you'd like us to know about any of these? No worries if not. Okay, fair enough. All right, fair enough. Yeah, feel free to read the rationales as well when you're reading these. And also, I said you don't have to take notes, but if you do hear one that's similar to something that you've been working on, do take a note of that and look for it tomorrow morning and try to match up with that person. Or we'll have a way to match up with that person. Okay, sweet. Max, go for it.
Okay, there were a number we didn't have time to get to because we got too far into the weeds with some of them. So starting with those, we have one that says specified training for adults who interact with unhoused youth to help with identification of youth in need. This includes parents, officers, school, faculty, and more. And the rationale for this was this trains those who are most in contact with unhoused youth, and it's a good way to educate the public. Next up, we have a recommendation that says direct Deschutes County or the CHRO to partner with JBAR-J to create an ad campaign designed to destigmatize and educate the general public about youth homelessness. The rationale for this, it satisfies principle number 1, and it says this is important because it encourages community awareness, which leads to more resources being allocated to the problem. Next up, a recommendation that says allow school staff to overrule the 10-day drop rule on a case-by-case basis. We didn't get to this one, but we were thinking about rewording it. And the rationale here, it satisfies principle number 3, and it makes it easier for students to go to school. After that, we have one that says the foster care system needs to provide more resources for those exiting the foster care system for housing, jobs, training, and education. The rationales, it satisfies principle 1, meaning that young adults who have been in foster care need help to get to the next step after they leave foster care. Then we have one that is reworked to say give nonprofits more low strings attached funding, and that satisfies in part principle number 15, which says reducing restrictions on funding while allowing agencies the freedom to spend funds as they need to will be more effective. Next up, we have a recommendation for a hub to gather info on all services available to youth and distribute that info to all media and gathering places where youth may be. That info must include physical addresses and phone numbers. It satisfies principle number 4, meaning that because youths are in the dark as to what is available to them, this would allow them to access more information and more services. Next up, we have, oh boy. Okay, we have a sort of rough one. It's on sticky notes right now because there were updates made to it, but essentially the recommendation here is to, something like this exists, but the goal is to boost it, is to have somebody like a case manager who will not only work with youths to find housing, find the resources available, but that case manager should be accessible to more than who it's currently accessible to, which is only people enrolled in the J-by-J system. And the rationale here is pretty self-explanatory, I think. Individuals need more information on what services they can access, and they need someone to be able to talk to. Next recommendation is to provide funding for hotspots so FAN can distribute internet access to those enrolled in school. And this is more broadly so they can do their homework. The principle satisfied here is principle number 3, which this is important because students who have equal access to the internet are more likely to stay in school and do well in school. That is it.
Hey, group 3. Hey. And members of group 3, do you have anything you'd like to particularly point out about any of these? Yep, Stephanie.
One that I wrote down was pretty heavily reworked, and the way that I worded it was basically somebody here at the Information Fair said, word it this way, and so that's why I wrote it that way. Am I able to change it back? Okay. It was, which one was it? No.
There are a lot by
I know. I can talk
you.
to you later about it.
Super. Yes, if you do feel strongly about a wording in a certain way, attempt to work with the folks who reworked it and to a satisfactory solution. But if in doubt, the original author will still have the ability to have theirs in there. And if new authors want a different one, that's their prerogative as well. Any other thoughts from group 3 or about those? Okay, fabulous. Group 4.
All right, the first one has a sticky note on it put there by the original author that says, "Note, I want to rewrite this." It says, decrease external demand for housing by imposing a high tax on out-of-state buyers at the point of sale, 30 to 60%. And the rationale is that youth homelessness can be caused by affordability crisis in housing. The next one is have a mechanic available for people's cars that break down and they can't work. The next one is more group homes with caring adults that shouldn't have to be licensed social workers. The next one is child care subsidies, ? The next one is support direct cash programs like the pilot program. The next one is include education on homelessness/houselessness resources in schools starting at a young age. And one of the rationales which I particularly liked about this is that it destigmatizes youth homelessness and destigmatizes accessing resources. And the next one is child care support for families with young children to help them break the cycle of poverty. Maybe a child care system could be established at the resource hub Donna CO Villages is working on.
And
The next-
Adrian, just a second, if there are rationales, do feel free to read them, because I think we have plenty of time.
The rationale for that one is parents can't go to work if they can't leave their small kids. The next one is boarding school that provides housing, family/group environment, supervision, maybe hires a YAB member to help them transition and also be supported, vocational training or access to services that help kids stay in school and maybe college prep, resource help, health services. The rationale is covers many bases for teens plus young adults, give youth choices, autonomy, and a future. The next one is completely redesign and re-implement the foster care system under new administration other than DHS. The rationale is the experts we heard from were in near unanimous agreement that the foster care system has deep structural problems. The next one is prioritize access to therapy and other mental health care as a government service. This suggestion came from one of the experts that came during the first weekend, and it was pointed out to me just recently that OHP already does prioritize it, which I didn't realize. The next one is use social media ads and posters in public spaces to increase public awareness of available services. This came direct from an expert. The next one is provide education about sex and labor trafficking in middle and high school. The rationale is that children are vulnerable because of lack of knowledge. The next one, transition the country to a planned economy. And an example is to bring back the Civilian Conservation Corps. The rationale is that this reduces inequality and provides access to a variety of jobs and increases social mobility. Next one is don't legally prohibit NGOs from providing homeless shelters. This recommendation came from Blake, and he specifically cited the example of this January in Sisters, there was a problem with opening shelters soon enough due to government restrictions. The next one is expand public transportation in Bend. The next one is don't require an address to access any government service. The rationale is homeless youth are effectively barred from some services because they can't list an address in some cases. This also came directly from an expert. I think it was Eliza. Redefine the primary objective of government social workers to not be reunification of children with their parents. The rationale is sometimes there are irreconcilable problems, and children are not best served by this goal. Children may avoid services because of the fear of being reunified with their parents. The next one is make foster care optional so that youth won't feel like they need to avoid using services in order to avoid the authorities forcing them into foster care. In the discussion, it came up that this is probably not a big issue in practice. Reform requirements for social services / welfare to ease recipients into living without them when they stop qualifying, which is also known as the welfare trap program. The rationale is sometimes when someone's income increases or their circumstances change for the better, they lose access to some welfare program, which makes them worse off overall, discouraging upward mobility. Next one is create a government mechanism, process, or service which would allow the homeless to quickly get government ID and/or birth certificates and/or social security cards. The rationale is access to ID/documentation has been cited as a barrier to access to services and general participation in society, especially for homeless youth. The next one is a limited and temporary war with another country to boost the economy. The rationale is that war is an effective temporary measure to improve the economy and provide opportunities for social mobility and entry-level jobs. One of the guiding principles was that solutions should be sustainable and long-term, and this isn't sustainable and long-term. The next one is allow youth to enroll themselves in school without the involvement of their parents and without the need for documentation. I think that came directly from an expert too. The rationale is some homeless youth want to attend school and/or access services through school but don't have the cooperation of their parents. Next one is remove the 10-day drop rule. That probably should be merged with rework the 10-day drop rule, which someone else said. Implement a one-child policy. The rationale is if parents without the means or will to properly take care of their children have less children, there will be less of a homeless youth problem. The next one is reduce the requirements placed on nonprofits regarding use of government funds in a way that still holds them accountable. I'm pretty sure that came from Eliza, and I'm pretty sure that someone else already said basically exactly that.
Wow. Yay, Group 4, thank you. Group 4 members, anything you'd like to add about these, Colleen?
So the boarding school recommendation one was mine, and I also had one that I wanted to write up about with the vocational school component being a priority, and I didn't have time. But I did get a chance to talk to Rosie at JBarJ and Marcus to ask about what kind of vocational schools were available so kids could learn trades, because we all saw that chart on the first day that talked about all the different levels of college that you needed in order to afford homes in Central Oregon, and these kids were really excited when they graduate high school. So vocational seems to be a big gap, and they all talked about it being a big gap. And there are other residential programs that provide vocational training, but most are only for kids that are in the judicial system. So there is not only a gap in that kids in the local schools can't get vocational training, they have to transfer to, I think there's only, Mountain View is there's one or two that have them, and I've heard it's difficult to transfer to get vocational training, but there really is no just vocational school. So these kids have no opportunity to learn a trade and then move up and beyond. There's a vocational program in Sisters, but there's no transportation to get them there. So just a side note on that, if that gets flushed out, that might be a big gap we might be able to fill.
Yeah, and that's a good opportunity for me to say that, yes, additional recommendations. Our field is still open. I saw a hand over here somewhere. Yep.
I would like to clarify that I got some feedback after I wrote my recommendation regarding that what I saw a lot of visible recoil at the tax recommendation, the out of state buyer tax recommendation. I wrote that in a rush as a backup because I was working on something else that was much more fleshed out, but there was problems getting it produced because my handwriting is terrible. So I had that as a backup. It wasn't very well fleshed out, and there's a lot of nuance to it that I didn't get to articulate. And furthermore, I got feedback from other delegates about the notion after the fact that made me rethink about how I want to articulate that idea and what carve-outs and exceptions need to be baked in that didn't get articulated. So that's very much a naked newborn idea, not ready for prime time.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
I'm not in group 4, but I wanted to, is it okay to advocate for one of the ideas? Because we haven't talked much about it.
Yeah, actually, could you hold on to that?
Okay.
Let's do that after we've gone around the circle all the way. Any other notes from group 4 yourselves? Okay, sweet, group 5.
So I'm sure that some of these are repeats from the other groups, but I'll just run through them rapid fire. The first one being a new homeless shelter specifically aimed at families or those with background checks, and that one was specifically written to fill gaps within JBarJ's service offerings. Another one is developing housing similar to Bridge Meadows in Redmond that combines elderly and youth housing needs, intergenerational living. Another one is increasing accessibility to create tenants unions. We have providing temporary drop-in housing and work options for nomadic living. Having educational requirements in the school districts for life skills, financial literacy, and critical thinking. A destigmatization campaign that is on 2 fronts, one being a school education program similar to anti-bullying or sex ed, and another being a social media marketing campaign reaching mothers and families, letting them know that they can access resources without jeopardizing their families. We have banning the use of rental algorithms such as RealPage or Yardi in the pricing of housing units. We have rental to ownership programs, which isn't fully fleshed out. We have prioritize building affordable and workforce housing versus building and giving large tax abatements to developers to build high cost housing, at least creating a required percentage of housing that is for youth and families. We have a pretty broad one on improving the foster care system, which includes policies, retaining talent, and increasing training for caseworkers. Dignified pantries for food, toiletries, and school supplies that are fully stocked and funded, partnering with Bend Lapine schools and their cafeteria services distributed by fan advocates or the McKinney-Vento program. We have using local positions to lobby on the state and national level the way that corporations do. And lastly, taxing developers and venture capitalists individual home purchases within the county and using funds for low income and houseless home initiatives.
Yay, group 5. Oh. Any thoughts from other Group 5 members? You'd particularly like to point out? Okay, all right. Definitely not the last chance at all. We'll come back and have time to advocate more for these, but you mentioned, Stephanie, you wanted to speak to one of the other groups' recommendations or advocate for one of them. Let's open a little space for that and go for it.
It was Adrian's. It was about, I don't remember how you worded it, but when your income goes up a little bit, you don't lose your benefits right away. That it would be huge for so many people. And I actually talked to Donna Berklow about that just before we went into that session, and she said that would be her #1 thing. So.
Thanks for that. Any other comments folks want to make? Now that you've heard all of these, advocate for any? Alex.
Yes, I probably should have done this when it was red, but I didn't. Anyways, I want to advocate for mine a little bit. Mine was the central hub run by Ben Parks and Rec. It's something that I thought about for a really long time. I've worked for Ben Parks and Rec for a while. I know the resources that organization has. It's a community-based organization, so they already have like some of the groundwork available. They also have an insane amount of funding. One of the big things, though, that kind of struck me was they have a huge volunteer force. They have a large number of volunteers that are already qualified to work with kids. It's their main programs are youth programs. And they're a dedicated volunteer force that are committed to the community and passionate about what they do. So getting them involved in something like that, I think, would be huge. Anyways, that's just kind of a little soapbox for my idea.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Right on. Okay, all right. Any observations about the recommendations overall from anyone, or any other, just general recommendations about this process this afternoon? Yeah, go for it.
Go for it. A question. So on the voting aspect of it, if a recommendation ends up with a negative number, but gets 1 vote, will it still go on, or that's okay?
So the idea, yes, it will still go on, but it will almost certainly be far down in an appendix at the bottom. Yeah, and I should mention that it will be the same voting system tomorrow as we use today, and there will be a special section for things that reach a supermajority, a 3/4 majority. And note that these are the core recommendations of the Assembly. That's one of the points of these kind of processes, is to get at that sort of really high level of agreement and encourage collaboration between people in order to get to really high levels of agreement. So that's the kind of gold standard, and those are the ones that will be the core recommendations of the Assembly. Somebody over here? Questions or anything? Okay, fair enough. I have a couple of questions for you all just about the process tomorrow. I wanted to come back to you all with a question or two about what you would like to prioritize. As I'm sort of reconfiguring what the process looks like tomorrow in response to where you're all at and where you'd like to be. Can I just get a quick show of hands? I'm going to ask a couple questions here, but one is folks who would like more time to work on, and I know a number of folks pointed out, hey, there's a number of rough kind of versions still going on here. How many folks would like more time to work on ones that they are authoring themselves? So a show of hands there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm seeing 6. Okay, all right, cool. And how many folks are enthusiastic about this? Could be some of the same folks as well, but how many folks are really enthusiastic about spending a lot of time working on with other people on theirs? Okay, 9. Okay, yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. That will happen regardless. Just getting a sense of like the amounts here and sort of where we're at. Okay, fabulous. And okay, perfect. I think that's the core of my question right now. Bill, go for it.
I love the dots. I hope there's more dots tomorrow.
Always more dots.
I would just like to suggest that we spread out it's kind of voting booth mentality to it, and I would rather not have a queue behind me while I'm thinking about it. So if you can spread it out at all physically, it might be helpful.
Fabulous. Yep, will do. Did it work, incidentally? Every space is different. So great point to fill it out a little bit wider. Did folks sort of start, I didn't see when it started, did folks sort of start at different points along the wall and then move? Okay, but there's still like kind of feeling pressure from behind. That makes sense. Get that. Okay, cool. And I forgot to mention at that point, I realized one of the reasons we often do different kinds of voting than using dots is that there can be one of those cognitive biases is related to an anchoring effect, where if you see a bunch of dots forming in a little box, then it's more likely that people will add dots to that box and not necessarily choose, they'll be influenced by that. So human nature. We've all got these little things that our brains do. But I thought I would just mention that so that tomorrow, we'll be using the same method, but at least just be aware of that and try to catch yourself and ignore what other people are thinking there. That said, I will note that the guiding principles, the voting on them is quite diverse. So I think the effect wasn't super strong, at least in comparison to past processes that I've done. So cheers to you all for thinking for yourselves, despite the dots sitting there. And thanks for the suggestion. Any other incidentally process suggestions while we're on this kind of thing as we prep for tomorrow? Super. How are folks feeling? Oh, yeah, go for it. So got some feedback from mods about moderators about just like this was overwhelming. This seemed like really overwhelming. Yeah. Anybody want to speak to that at all? Yeah, go for it.
Everybody was congregated here rather than having it be separate, like utilizing the rooms. Everybody was in this big room and everybody was talking. I couldn't process anything. It was so muddled in my head. We have 3 different rooms, this one, that one, and that one. So if we could have redone today, it would have been better to kind of space it out.
Great point. Yeah, definitely do that in the future. Cool. We wanted to save those spaces for you all to potentially work at, but then everybody was like, no, we want to be here 100% of the time. And we're like, right. That makes sense. How many folks utilized the computers today? I saw a few people over there. Okay, all right. Those will be there tomorrow, incidentally, and they'll also be there today. We may have a little bit of time here at the end of the day, which is not a bad thing because I'm sure you all have been in small groups all day and talking and in a lot of noise. So if we do end up with a little bit of time here, I'm going to just offer that back to you all on an individual basis to think, to write, to work on your own principles, to jump on the machines, to do what you'd like. That feels like the least that we can do after a long day today. I know today is arguably the heaviest day of the process in terms of like it's got content coming in and you're in the mix of putting all this information down that you've been saving up for 3 days or plus. So thanks very much for holding through today, and we're so close. Can't wait to see everything come together. and really excited about it. Okay, but I'm going to do a couple business things first, and then I think we'll take a bit of that time and then come back again and do the final survey and head out. So Stephanie, I will actually wait on the final survey for another. We got 20 minutes here plus. Yep, 20 minutes-ish. Yeah. One just like business thing. Moderators. You're already set. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Oh wow. This is perfect. Yeah, go for it. That's fantastic. Yep. So this that the moderators are passing out, and actually, Ryan, could I grab one of those for myself? Thanks. This is sign up for something that I've teased a couple of times. I'm just going to read from it here really fast. So your opportunity to work with your fellow delegates doesn't end with the release of your report on Sunday. After each process, HD staff will help set up several ongoing groups of Assembly delegates to continue representing the Assembly in the community. We hope these committees will also continue to engage with the Central Oregon Youth Action Board if Assembly delegates and the YAB find that to be valuable. This is an unpaid volunteer opportunity, and we know that not everyone will be willing or able to be part of these committees, but we hope that you'll consider signing up to carry on the work you've started here with your fellow delegates. The two subcommittees we're planning to create after this assembly, and their initial roles are sort of here listed. So the first one is a public outreach committee. This will work with project PR staff and on your own to help tell the story of delegates, of you all here, and your experience to a broader audience, to go to community events and that kind of thing. Often this committee has done that kind of thing, participate in other kind of public engagement around similar topics, liaise with members of the media as appropriate, advise on the creation of materials that explain the process to the community. Sometimes this committee has also done things like advised local governments on public engagement after your experience here, and assist in the design of public events or public engagement opportunities in connection with the process. So that's the first one there. And these are just initial kind of roles that we're setting out for these. You all will be in charge of these and be able to take them where you want to take them. And perhaps these two committees will eventually combine forces over time. The Policy Impact Committee, their initial role is to liaise with decision makers and civil servants to ensure that the Assembly has substantial impact on future decision making, to sort of follow along with your recommendations over time, to follow up, potentially over months or longer, to represent the Assembly at council meetings or other public meetings, present the Assembly's principles and policy recommendations, answer questions about the thinking behind them, and that doesn't require any delegate to take a public speaking role. That's not what this is about. It's also an organizational kind of thing. And to follow and evaluate the policy impact of the Assembly's work. And I'll note here just what this doesn't include is the already existing opportunity that is paid for you all to come back in November, and I think we'll get the date on that maybe tomorrow, 7th of November. Awesome, in the evening, I assume? In the evening in Redmond, November 7th. Put that on their calendar for right now. November 7th, evening in Redmond. We'll get you more details about that and check in before that time, but you all are very much invited and encouraged and will be paid to be there, including transportation, to present your recommendations to the COIC members, okay? Which includes the county government and city governments, et cetera. So that's not, that's separate from this. This is ongoing into the future. When folks have questions about the Assembly's recommendations, or when you have opportunities to kind of follow up with decision makers. Any questions about those two things? And then please fill this out here. Choose one option from in the top box, add your name please, and choose all the options if you want, any of the options from the bottom, how you'd like to share your contact info here. And then You're welcome to rip off the bottom or just hand back the whole thing. Please leave that up here at the front when you move around or at the end of the day. And you don't have to sign up for this. Again, this is optional. Any questions or thoughts about that? Okay, fantastic. Let's take the next 17 minutes until 4:15 for a bit of individual time, individual work time, thinking time, reflection time. Those of you who have work on recommendations that you'd like to continue working on, feel free. And do feel free to use the entire space as well. Bill, did you have a... And vote on the guiding principle. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Yes, vote on the guiding principles, as Justin is noting there. Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, see you in 15. All right, let's come back to the large group. And any more announcements from staff, by the way? And Stephanie, I think we're ready for you. One more from you. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just one more quick point about tomorrow afternoon. Just one more quick point about tomorrow afternoon. As you're coming in here, after about 2:30, there will be more people definitely in the gallery, including we've invited all of the elected officials from across all 3 counties to come. I don't think that means that we're going to have all of them or even a majority of them here, but we have invited them so that before you walk in with the recommendations in hand in a month, that they will have actually gotten to see a little bit about what the process looks like and have a better understanding. Also, that's intended to feed into our intention to make this something that recurs here in the region. So we're bringing them in to actually get a flavor before we walk into pitch that we do this more frequently and that they fund it. So just wanted to give you that heads up. We do anticipate a bit more press in the room as well, some of the local press, Source, maybe Central Oregon Daily, a couple of others, so you may see a few more folks wandering around doing that, just to give you a heads up. Brush your teeth. I'm going to brush my teeth tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things. Oh, yeah, and the videographer who was here on the previous weekend will be back again tomorrow as well, doing a few more interviews. If you are inclined to do that, you're welcome to. No one's obviously obligated to, but he'll be around for the majority of the day as well.
Okay, thanks everybody. So I'm a professor at the California State University Humboldt, which is a polytech, and we really study a lot of this applied practice of politics, basically. And so we're handing out this Day 4 survey. And I forgot to tell you yesterday that I take a look at these before the staff go home, and I give them feedback, anonymized, of course. So I want to point you to, there is, on the last item, if you have any concerns or you want to provide any feedback today for tomorrow, use that last item to give us some feedback, and I will summarize it for them, okay? Just want to give, because by the end you're like really tired and you don't want to answer that last item, so I'm just running it to you. The other thing is that Ben and I would like to interview some folks after the assembly, and our institutional review board has created, or we've created, and is this consent form, and I'm going to hand it out. You're not consenting to be interviewed, you're consenting to be contacted for potentially being interviewed. So just want to clarify that, because you're not tied to being interviewed if you give us your details. We'll just contact you probably via email about a month from now and maybe say, hey, do you mind talking to us for 20 to 30 minutes on Zoom about your experience? So it seems very, very technical, like one of those license agreements you have to click when you want to agree to use software, but it's just a consent form to be contacted. And on the back, if you could provide your email, if you don't mind, email and phone, that would be great. We will not be harassing you. We will only contact you once. We did this at the last assembly that we observed, and we got a lot of really great data from it. So that's why we're pursuing it now. Just want to let you know. Thank you so much. And don't forget to put your number on your survey. We observed a Petaluma Citizens Assembly they had a fairgrounds property in the middle of their city, and they wanted to have a citizens assembly to kind of brainstorm about what could be done with that property. And as the city was thinking about taking the lease back from the fair board, it's a rural community, and they have a fair there. And so that was a really great assembly where the city council of Petaluma actually used some of the recommendations from the assembly and broke up the property using part of it for the fair, and then they're going to develop the rest of it informed by those citizens. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, and that was also healthy democracy. So you've got some really cool folks. It was actually more than that, Lynn. How many hours was that? 12. You guys are like, yeah, right. They stayed. So thank you thank you for your service here and also to the research. We really appreciate it. Thanks. And any questions you have, you can talk to me, or you can contact us by email. Happy to provide you with that information.
And unless somebody stops me right now, you all are free to go after you finish the survey. Thank you so much. Please remember to leave, if you do want to sign up for the subcommittee, leave that up here on the front table. And if you haven't voted on that other principle, please vote on your way out. Thanks.